anarchy and chaos?
No, that's not their William. That's not their philosophy at all. Their philosophy was born out of left-wing thought, where they don't want a government. It's not that what they want is chaos. It's the result of their immature ideas that lead to chaos.
That's fascinating. That's bullshit. Listen,
It's called immaturity.
Well, the maturity thing is interesting because anarchy on the spectrum the only type of anarchist society that would ever be able to exist, if it ever does exist, which is I do believe it will and it would be in the future, is the most emotionally mature people in society, right? And it aligns exactly with like parenthood and childhood.
Do you feel
so
like
when you have hold on, okay, go ahead. All right, interrupt.
Do you feel that you're one of the most emotionally mature individuals in society?
So, no, of course not. Emotional maturity isn't something that you like, it's a lifetime thing of understanding, of being able to receive information.
Scale from 1 to 10. Scale from 1 to 10. 1 being the least emotionally mature person on the planet, and 10 being the most. Where do you think you fit?
10, baby. And I'll tell you why. Because you can tell me your beliefs, and as long as, and that's a big set of beliefs. Status, they're going to have all of their understandings of what should happen. Society should look like this, and I want to enforce my preferences. Status in any type of scenario, all it is preferential force and coercion. You want to use violent back coercion to force people to do what you want them to do. Federal, constitutional, republic or not. That's what you want as a statist, okay? As me, as an anarchist, I say, hey, look, as long as you're not violating another peaceful person or peaceful person's property, you could do whatever you want, and I'm going to respect it, and I'm going to be cool with it, right? So that is the emotional maturity.
Hold on a minute, because Mojo, that sounds a whole lot like what you explained to me your political views were a couple years ago.
No, I don't think you've ever understood what my political views are. I'm happy to explain them to you if you want to listen this time.
I will.
Yeah, I believe that a government should have 3 things. It should have a military, it should have police, and it should have courts. Full stop. Everything else is just extra. It's bells and whistles. Bima doesn't believe that government should exist at all. Bima has this fantasy that without government, that people are just going to self-govern and everything's going to be perfect. But when you ask her simple questions like, hey, who's going to own the nuclear weapons? She doesn't have a very good answer for that. Why don't you ask Hillary, why don't you ask Bima what her answer is of who's going to own the nuclear weapons?
Aren't we just going to destroy them someday?
If it's an anarchist society, under whose authority would you destroy them? You would be destroying private property at that point, wouldn't you, Hillary?
No, it wouldn't, because a nuke, I explain this, it's an indiscriminate tool. It is literally the threat, and it is the threat of freedom to everybody, right? It is to say that
You would take it away from people?
Well, of course you would take it away. Of course. I think most people, and it's for the same reason.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
And it's for the same reason that you agree why everybody shouldn't have it today, right? It's the same reason, for the same reason that you don't think everybody should have it. Wow, look, we came to the same conclusion that people having nuclear, people having nukes isn't like, let me finish this.
Okay. You'll never finish.
It's not like you own a gun, right? And that's different because you're able to point that's self-defense. You could store a gun without harming anybody. You can't store a nuke without holding everybody's like.
Slow down, wait, because you got me confused. You don't want government, but then who's going to take away the nukes then?
People will. Because freedom is the most important thing in anarchy, right? Is to be able to maximize freedom. But an indiscriminate weapon like a nuke threatens that type of freedom. So nobody would agree. The society, just as we've come to the conclusion today.
So let me hold on. So let me describe this. So FEMA gets her wish. We wave a magic wand, and there's no U.S. government, and all of a sudden everybody just magically agrees that we don't need nuclear weapons, and the 5,500 plus nuclear weapons just disappear off planet Earth because people are so good at governing themselves. So now all the nuclear weapons are gone in the U.S., and you still have a nuclear-armed Russia and China. How does that play out, Neil?
That's why I said I believe in chaos, because it doesn't make sense.
I don't think they believe.
Defensive force.
Hold on. I want to steel man FEMA's position here for a second. This is the one misunderstanding that that you shouldn't do, is that they don't want chaos. They're just not smart enough to understand that what they're asking for is a system that ultimately will lead to chaos. It's not that they're unprincipled. They're just stupid.
I'd say that's a percentage of them, but I've known some anarchists who wanted chaos. And you're right, most of them don't know. I'll give you that.
Yeah, they're ignorant. They don't know what they're asking for.
It's not much different than what we have today. The only difference, and that's it.
And if it's not different, then why not leave it alone?
I'll explain, because there's coercion, there's violent back coercion, where peaceful people want to do peaceful.
You don't think there would be violence if there was no government?
So today, we have peaceful people that want to do peaceful things, innovate, create, build, and they're unable to do that because of the forces and the coercion of violent back force by the government, okay? So
that's a tongue twister.
The nukes, just like you have the moral authority to remove a threat in your vicinity, if somebody's threatening your life, is the same way that you'd be able to have the moral authority to tell somebody, like, listen, you can't have a nuke because it's an indiscriminate weapon and it's threatening my life. Just like you would hold a gun to somebody's head, that's you having a nuke is holding a gun to everybody's head. So everybody would. Right.
Well said.
So it's a defensive. And most people would come to the agreement. I'm pretty sure everybody in this room that we would say, hey, look, we'll have a quote unquote military, but I'm using the terms so we can follow the story. Obviously, it's not going to be the same structure, the same purpose, right? It's going to be a slightly different defensive versus offensive, and the way the structure is built. The military is going to exist. They're going to be able to hold the nukes, and they're going to be.
The military is going to exist with an anarchist society?
Did you not hear what I just said? Did you not just hear what I just said? Did you not just hear what I said? What did I just say? I feel like. What did I just say?
There's no anarchist philosopher that I've ever read.
I just explained. Of course, well, maybe you haven't read enough. Read Aubrey Herbert. Read him. He has amazing works. Amazing works. As a matter of fact, I could probably find a piece right now, find a book, and I could probably find one and read just a little something with what he says right here. Hold on a second.
L. Ron Hubbard? Dianetics? Scientology? That's where you go?
No. Oberon. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'll find it.
So what if some people want to have a nuke and others don't? How does that work in your world?
Okay, like.
Oh, you're not allowed to have freedom with anarchy.
I mean, what if some people say, oh, I'll get rid of them, like maybe Ukraine decides, I'll get rid of them, but no, Russia's going to keep theirs. How's that working for them? I mean, in my little city-state, can I keep my nuclear?
No, you can't keep a nuclear because it threatens everybody around you. So likely the nukes there wouldn't be nukes.
So you're imposing some sort of rules, ones that work for you, right?
No, the ones where moral authority reigns and threatens freedom.
Who imposes the standard?
Anybody who has the self-interest to live.
What are you going to do? Are you going to take them away? Do you think you can go to North Korea and take their weapons? How are you going to do that? What's your plan to take their weapons from them?
Well, I mean, no, we wouldn't be able to. Obviously, there's going to have to be transition, so we're not talking about just running around. Like, this is just idiotic, right? Most of these other countries can't even fucking function, let alone you want to just go over there and they're not ready for something like that. But at a time where they're able to respect freedom, understand freedom, understand that you can't, the only responsibility that you have in this life is to not harm another person, okay, then it becomes, it's simple. You can't own something that is going to threaten everybody, just like you can't put a gun to somebody's head. It's the same thing. The majority of people have a self-interest to live, and we're going to say, no, you can't do that because you're violating my rights.
Okay, so if I never use the nuclear weapon, and I don't want to use it on anybody, but I just want to keep it, is that okay? Because you're saying it's about threatening somebody.
Right,
so I'm not threatening anybody. I just want to have it because it keeps me warm at night. Can I then have it in an anarchist society?
No, just just holding it and having it is a threat because it's an indiscriminate weapon.
So where do you draw the line? How do we go down? So no nuclear weapons. Where else? At what point do you stop infringing on my rights and my little fiefdom of anarchy being opposed by some centralized force? Wait, I thought anarchy was decentralized. I'm really confused here. Can you figure out who is the centralization and what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do in my decentralized portion of it?
Yeah, so
it sounds a little chaotic to me.
No, it's similar. Like I said, people are going to congregate like vines, and they're going to be able to put whatever their beliefs are back. They're going to be able to back what they think is going to be the best functioning, the most effective source. So, William, if you say, hey, look, imagine anarchy tomorrow. Oh, you find that Bima, I don't know, company or whatever, she's going to go around and make sure, it's her duty and her job to make sure that people don't have indiscriminate weapons. If they do have indiscriminate weapons of force that is going to violate my right to exist, then I trust that we're going to be able to, congregate. She's going to make sure that doesn't happen, that those people are found out immediately and that they're taken out, dealt with in whichever way that it needs to be. And that's just basically what it's going to come down to. So the most effective...
Basically lynching.
What happens if I resist? So you want to come in and take my nuclear weapon away and I say no. Then what happens?
Well, then you die.
Well, why do I have to die? What?
Because you're the one threatening everybody else's life. So if you just...
I'm not threatening. I just like it to keep me warm at night. It makes me feel comfortable. I like it. I love the glow. That's nothing to do with using it.
It doesn't matter. Just having the weapon, even if you're Jesus Christ and you come down and you decide you just want to have a nuclear weapon, it doesn't matter. Just by the fact of having it, you're threatening everybody else's life.
Even if you're Jesus Christ.
Even if you're Jesus Christ.
Really?
Sorry, Jesus.
Wow.
Can't have the nukes, Jesus.
Wow.
That's
I don't
the
think
one
Jesus
rule.
wanted to nuke, but okay.
That's the one rule. It's the one rule. You don't harm other peaceful people. If you decide you want to have an indiscriminate weapon that is going to immediately
but
commit an aggression.
Who decides what is harming another person?
As soon as explicit consent is violated. And I think most people would agree that if someone in this room decided to have a nuclear weapon, that you guys wouldn't agree to it, right?
No, I'm not opposed to it. You're suggesting that the 7.5, almost 8 billion, or whatever we're up to on this planet, are all going to agree in one thing. You can't even get 8 people in this room to agree.
I think everybody in this room is self-serving enough that none of us would actually set off a nuclear weapon. But I think just by having it, we would bring too much trouble and stuff upon ourselves of other people trying to take it from us. I don't think anybody in this room would genuinely want the responsibility or control of a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but can I have a gun in your society?
You do live in my society, and you can totally have a gun. Hell, have two.
Dima, so if you don't want any government, what about the military? You want to get rid of the military too?
No, the military would be, so they wouldn't act like I said before. there still would be a defensive force system where a bunch of people that have all of the very effective tools and the structure and the organizations and the protocols and the training to protect you and your property, right? The only difference is they're not going to be going around and offensively engaging in other people's shit. Like, that's not going to happen. There are no offensive measures, just defensive. It's only to protect us.
Bima, is there religion in your anarchy?
But you
Of course,
just suggested
whatever
that if
you
it's
want.
nuclear weapons,
What does that do
offensive
then?
force has to come and take it away from me. So how are you going to not be offensive to people who are doing things that the collective centralized committee that decides what's acceptable and isn't acceptable? How are you going to stop them without an offensive force? I really don't understand. Can you explain?
Right, because if you have an indiscriminate weapon, you're the aggressor immediately because you're threatening other people's lives.
Okay, so I'll grant you. So
You're
I'm the
defensive.
aggressor, and so you're only defensive, right?
Correct.
But you're still coming in and being aggressive. You're still deciding that what I'm doing, right?
Well, sure, because that's the only rule. That you only have one rule in this society,
So
and then
what happens if there's
Well, hold on, Williams. You got to understand the philosophy that she's espousing, right? So, Perdone, who is an anarchist, he stated that property is theft. So this idea that she's saying where she doesn't believe that you have the right to your property, she could just go and take it from you. This is the opposite of Western civilization, where we believe that you do have the right to property. And so she just wants to be able to take from you. This is what anarchy really wants: is they don't want a central authority to prevent people from taking property.
Yeah, I was trying to stick with like destructive property in her mind first, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, but listen, the more you hear her talk about this, the more you realize that she's put she's put like 37 seconds of thought and about 1 million words into it.
I think she's put more thought in it. She's actually making the argument fairly well. I think she has the argument down.
Well, does she, William?
She's got the argument down.
Okay, well, because she's bastardizing everybody that I've ever read. She doesn't understand Alexander Spooner.
I agree with you.
She doesn't understand Murray Rothbard. She doesn't understand Spooner. She doesn't understand Tucker. She doesn't understand any of these folks. All she understands is a hodgepodge of this shit. She probably smoked a bunch of dope with a bunch of hippies that said they hated the government, and she decided that she's an anarchist, and she's been reverse engineering an argument ever since.
Okay, but it's still better than most of those dope smoking hippies who can't even make the argument as well as she. How about that?
I think you're being nice, William, and
I'm trying to.
So Bima, if there's religion, is there Sharia law?
For the people who voluntarily decide that they would like to, yeah, of course. For the people who choose to have Sharia law, yeah.
So what if the Sharia law says kill the Jews?
Well, that's a violation, so that wouldn't happen.
Who will enforce it?
The idea that defensive measures, I think the Jews and other reasonable people would say, hey, let's put our productive ability into making sure that we can defend ourselves. And so that's it. So listen,
what happens if you know they're going to do it, but they haven't done it yet? Do you stop them, or you just let it happen before you defend?
Well, that's a great question, and that's a good. That's something that is probably an entire discussion all on itself. The continuum of force, right? Like the threat of a deadly force versus up into. I don't have all that figured out. I do think that most of the time, defensive, like if you look at history, if we look at Israel, right, what happened when they supposedly used defensive force measures, and then it comes back that all their intel was bullshit, right? And I mean, what are you going to do? A defensive force, but at the same time, if it's reasonable, but I think that there is some sort of standard that we can create to say, okay, there's enough evidence, right, where the threat is a real threat, and there is movement, and up until the very last moment where you would, consider to understand that at that point the momentum has been built up, that it's not going to stop. That's when you're able to effectively respond.
Wait, what intel was bullshit on Israel's part?
You said we. How many have to vote in this we for the we to decide what we're going to do? And I'll emphasize the same word you did, or the same way you did Israel.
Wait, is there voting in an anarchist?
Yeah, that's why I was going to use a really weird vote.
It almost sounds like she wants a state.
No, the voting happens where you put your productive ability. There is no votes. I mean, unless you're explicitly consenting to it, right? The Constitution would be able to exist in the way that it exists as long as you're explicitly consenting to it, right? And then if you choose to withdraw, then you should be able to, as any contract in the planet and the history of humanity, you should have the ability to withdraw from that contract. Withdrawing from that contract, of course, is going to, not enable you to have the same protections and the same, privileges that the contract affords, and then you're going to be on your own. But ultimately,
hold on. Who enforces contracts?
Whoever the individuals who write up the contract agree to enforce it.
Yeah, we have a thing now called courts.
Right, so it would be similar. It would be similar to that.
So basically, the thing that the society you're reimagining would be to recreate what we already have, but you want to call it something different than government.
Well, it is gooberment. The gooberment, though, it's the difference between explicit consent, voluntary consent, and coercive force. So at the moment that you stop, the way that the government stops, as soon as government starts to violate your moral code, you're able to say, hey, look, I'm going to withdraw from that. I don't want to participate in that, right? So then you're able to get...
Next time we go to court, we're like, I don't want to participate, Judge.
Well, I mean, but hold on. But in those particular cases, let's talk about that, because civil court or traffic court, that's ridiculous, right? I've seen the most horrendous shit. Peaceful people, victimless crimes, people being thrown in jail for dumb shit. It's crazy injustice to call that justice. If you agree to a contract, though, you explicitly say, okay, this is the privilege that I want, and this is what I'm going to, then you sign up for it. And that's okay. I'm saying that coercive force isn't necessary. Most people will be able to congregate and align like minds with the things that they want to do voluntarily. When a bad idea stops or becomes too much of a bad idea, you're able to reject it, abandon it, and move on to a good idea.
Okay, perfect. So right now you're sharing a bunch of bad ideas. We can reject it and we can move on, right?
Well, this is interesting because, I had asked somebody recently, I have a very logical structure for my principled view. And I have the manifesto in my bio if anybody's interested. It's called the Anti-Subjectivist Manifesto. And if you can poke a hole in that, I am totally open to listening to any type of argument. Someone just wrote up a Fitch-style logical argumentation to attempt one of the most intelligent people on this app, Darth Arianis, which would destroy absolutely anybody that's ever come into this room or anywhere on Clubhouse, as a matter of fact. But he wrote up, I asked him, I said, hey, could you poke holes in this for me? And he's created some logical structures of some issues, and I'm taking the time now to look at them. And if they're credible...
I think the challenge is that I think you realize that having a closed mind is a bad thing. and then you decided that, like, well, okay, well, the opposite must be an open mind. And I would suggest to you that there's a third option, which would be a discerning mind. And the problem that I'm seeing is that you've opened your mind to all these bad ideas, applied no discernment to it, and this is why you say the things that you say.
I know that a lot of people would say that, but really what I hear when I hear that is just you're not principled. You have no moral principles that you could list, that you could abide by. You could give me any scenario, any political situation on this planet, irrespective of time, circumstance, location, any country, any scenario, and I'll be able to principally answer
Yeah, but I gave you one.
Hold on, wait a second. No,
I gave you one and you couldn't answer.
which one was that? Which one was that?
You don't remember?
No, which one was that? I'm asking. William.
Doesn't matter. And no matter what anybody says, you're going to talk your way around.
Hey,
I already got
I
you.
have to tell you.
gotta give it respect.
I mean, all I want.
Hold on. Everyone, hold on. All I can say is the biggest takeaway I have from this conversation is losing brain cells when Hillary is agreeing with things that Bima says. I thought Hillary had a little bit more going on, but I'm learning tonight.
Unprincipled statist bootlicker would say that.
Don't ever have expectations when I'm involved. I will either disappoint you, or if I exceed those expectations, then that just shows that you thought low of me in the first place. So just don't have them at all.
And she's the first person to admit when she's wrong. I love Hillary.
Oh, thank you.
She won't just like keep doubling down on shit. She'll be like,
all right, hold on. Then, because Hillary's showering Bima with love. So Hillary, I have a question for you. Who do you think will control the nukes in an anarchist society?
First off, an anarchist society could never have it. But let's talk utopian society where this is the rule. The anarchist is the rule. I don't think that they would exist. I think that they would have been destroyed in fighting against an anarchist society to start with. I don't think that they would exist within that kind of a society.
That actually made a lot more sense than anything Bima's ever said.
Roger, what do you think the goal of my type of understanding of how people should be able to interact? What do you think the goal is?
I think
position.
I think at the end of the day, you guys hate government. You think that if the government didn't exist, you would get a more fair shake. And so you don't apply any logic or reason to the best way to organize a society. You just throw shit against the wall to try to defend a position that would eliminate government. Because with your illogical framework, you've decided that the best way to organize is to eliminate government. And the thing that's not on your side is that every society that's come before you has disagreed and said, you know what, we probably need to put some structures in place that would help us be able to do things like enforce contracts and have some semblance of moral laws that and consequences for people that step outside of that. And what you're asking for is to not have the authority to do that, because if you are arguing for the authority to do that, then we would call that government.
Okay, so nice gish gallop, and not answering the question to what do you think the goal, the steelman position I have of what type of this type of society that I'm championing here, and the idea is.
Well, I said it very simple. I believe that you hate government.
It definitely
I believe
wasn't.
that you hate government and you want to get rid of it. That's what your goal is.
What specifically do I hate about government?
You hate government because you believe that
They dress funny and they smell bad.
You believe that nobody should have a monopoly on force, and your belief is that a democratization of force would be better.
So I asked you, why do I hate government? And you said, because I believe nobody should have a monopoly on force. Why do you think I believe that nobody should have there shouldn't be a centralized monopoly of force?
Because you're unprincipled and you don't understand human nature.
Okay, thank you. That's all that there is, folks.
Because people are inherently evil, Bima, and they work in their own self-interest. And if they don't have any power, then no one, gets a piece of the cake. Which, again, understandable, but in practice, very difficult to achieve. right? Almost impossible. Because I mean, people aren't inherently good. Most of them are pretty shitty, actually. So it's like, how do you mitigate that? You know, that's the question.
I disagree that people are. I think it just depends on the people. I think people vary. But at
Sure.
BIMA, can I just ask a quick question? Approximately how old are you?
That's a personal question.
I know, but
I don't advise.
Generation, what generation?
Listen, I pick on Bima, but I don't think she should give information that.
Can I ask what generation BIMA's in?
I've played the game. I've gone to college. I've campaigned for every level of office that you could imagine. I've been on political campaigns, on presidential campaigns, specifically on your local dog catcher type shit. You know,
I'm on Team BIMA here. I'm on
Town clerk.
I'm on Team BIMA.
Town clerk. I've been in the fucking, what is it? The eye of the tiger. The eye of the storm. And I've seen how corrupt and what bullshit. Yeah. Wait, I was thinking about that. No, that's a bad analogy. I need to come up with better stuff. But I've been in the eye of the storm, and what I saw was Democrats and Republicans laughing behind the scenes while we kill each other, trying to figure out, you know, how they're going to manipulate and control a bunch of people and legislate us out of our rights to just be creative, wonderful human beings. And I think that that's a joke. I think it's a joke. I think that we have a lot of good structure, but it doesn't need to be coercive.
I just want to say, I'm on Team BIMA here. I think BIMA's, you know, coming into she's learning about the world and learning about ideologies and putting it all together. And when you're younger, things just seem like they're in starker contrast, you know, and then you're like, oh, it's all this way. And then as you get older, like me and Roger, and we just get beaten down. And I think things like, you kind of soften on things, you see things a lot more gray. But, you know, you're not wrong in what you're saying. I don't think it's as strong as you think it is, but I think you just need some time to mature, and you'll soften as well. But I'm on your side.
But Double, you said that. No.
Wait, hold on. I just want to repeat the key thing that Double said to Bima. Bima, you need to reach maturity.
Yeah, do some LSD and read Castaneda.
Getting back to it, Double, you said that you know, you don't think everyone is evil, which I agree. But you do realize that society is at the mercy of the bottom 20th percentile, right? We're like, those are the people that shit on everything. They're the ones that are destroying most of it. And then the elites, they are essentially just, that's the reason why they think we're scum, right? So the fact that, you know, you have rational people that are well-intended and can cooperate well together, those are like exceptionally unique in a way that you know, you can't form a society around those people because there aren't enough of them, right? So how do you reconcile that idealism with the practical reality of having to live with a fucking bunch of retards around you? Like that's not going to work, right?
You can't. That's why all this is like wonderful in its principle or thought to some degree, but it's not practical. It's not reality.
Yes.
It's not possible.
I agree with you, William, and I want Double to admit that, because the way he's talking right now, it sounds like, you know, oh yeah, you know, your heart is in the right place. Yeah, but it still makes you fucking retarded, and that's the problem here. We can't build on a society based on retarded assumptions, because that's not how it works. I wish it worked like that. I wish, but in reality, that's not how it's like.
Well,
you can't say the R word anymore, my friend. That's a bad PC word. You can't say that.
Yeah.
Hold on. That is not one of the banned words of this room.
No, but in general,
that's pretty obvious.
We have two banned words. Do you guys know what they are? Without saying them out loud, it's actually in the rules. You could look at the rules of the House. It's rule number 7.
Is that Roger's always right? The second rule is Roger's always right? Or C rule number 1?
Well, hold on. Now that now.
Sorry, just messing with you, man.
Now you went and done it. Now I got to read the rules to you.
No, I read it now.
Hold on. Rule number 1: no threats of violence. Number 2: no doxing. Number 3: stay on topic. Number 4: keep your shares brief. Number 5: do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number 6: mods may interject when appropriate. Number 7: the N and K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number 8: don't spam the chat. Number 9: do not bring drama here from other rooms. And number 10: English only. Go ahead.
Roger. Like the first one in rule number 7, very clear. Like that one, I think everyone knows what it is. But as a foreigner here, what the hell is the K word? I've never
Kangaroo. You're not allowed to say kangaroo.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Damn it, Roger! You went and said it. And now you got to abide by my rules.
No, it's the.
You know how that word triggers me.
It's the word that some people use to describe Jews that we will not say.
Ah, okay. I get you. Okay, thank you, Roger, for the clarification. Now I understand what it is.
Thought it was the Knights that say Kniggets. Formerly the Knights who said neat. Oh, so good.
It's just a fresh word.
Yes. What do you mean? You don't. How's it go? Don't have any limbs. Your arms off. Your arms off.
What is this wall of noise? This is ridiculous. Can we get back to a conversation?
Yeah. Anyway, Bima, do you understand where I'm coming from here?
I understand, but I think that any type of frustration with my ideology, there's no merit to it, and I'll explain why. The frustration with my ideology is doing nothing but championing every individual to understand that they have an accountability and responsibility to humanity and themselves, which is to just leave people the fuck alone. Stop your entitlement bullshit. If someone wants to have a particular business and run it the way that they want to run it, then it's none of your business. Leave somebody who has a peaceful person that's running their whatever it is. They don't want to serve you. Too bad. Grow up. You're an adult. Go somewhere else. Use your ability to find something else. Enjoy it. Create a competing business. Do whatever you have to do. But the idea is we're a bunch of entitled, fear-mongering tyrants, and we want to enforce our preferences on our neighbors, and that's bullshit. And I'm saying, if you want to attack or speak out against any ideology, voluntarism would be the last to do it. All I'm saying is your one responsibility is to just fuck off. Leave people alone. Don't harm another. That's your only job. Don't harm other peaceful people or their property. You have no say otherwise. No say. Keep your crying.
Bima.
Go whine somewhere else.
Bima, but you don't have the institutions to defend this standard.
Of course you do. You're just saying that. You're acting like it wouldn't exist or it can't exist. It doesn't make sense in any type. Economic principles say that you're wrong. The principles of economics, demand and supply. I mean, like, if there is a demand for something, there will be a supply. We have a need for self-defense. We have a need to make sure that we have the ability to defend ourselves and our family and become sustainable. So, of course, that demand is going to be fulfilled.
Is there a reason why you talk so fast when you're saying these stupid things? Is it so you don't, or do you not want people to hear the things that you're saying, or is it you're trying to outrun the stupidity? Like, can you ever slow down and just like try to make a coherent point? I mean, you've been on this app now for a few years, and you've never ever won a single debate.
Can I open up the discussion for bringing back supersized?
Yes, and it's not about winning, Roger. It's about truth seeking, and I think that that's your problem. If you think that this is about a win or a lose, then we're different people.
Well, how come your ideas don't win anybody over?
They won me over tonight, so that's
if my ideas aren't winning you
Hillary,
over, that just says that I'm failing. I'm
Hold on.
failing to
Hold on.
articulate. That's all. It doesn't mean that the ideology is bad.
Hold on. Hillary, if you're sincerely saying that you've been won over by these arguments, then honestly,
not by the arguments, but by her in general.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll tell you what. You've lost at least 15 points of IQ in this room tonight. Thank you.
Don't put yourself in the middle of fire for me, Hillary. I appreciate it. I received it. Oh, dang. See, Roger?
But Hillary, you said in the chat you understand the need for government.
I do understand the need for. I didn't say I agreed with everything she said. I said she won me over. I like her because of the things that she has said tonight. I like the fact that she is willing to go against an entire room of belief and say, I still believe what I believe. I stand tall on that. I like the fact that she protects animals. I like the fact that she said nothing negative about any other person, government, or entity. That she has not had to destroy something in order to make her point.
She said about
I like
Israel.
that.
She just said that.
She said what?
Said about what?
About Israel.
What about Israel?
You said they had bad implants.
Oh, okay. Well, let me clarify. Any state, it doesn't matter if it's Israel, if it's United States, I think the same for the United States you have. The idea is the collectivist mentality. If you're a peaceful person and you want to just live in an area...
Hold on.
This is why I speak fast, if anybody wants to know, because I get cut off all the time.
Well, here's the thing. Anarchy, by definition, is a collectivist ideology. What are we talking about? You can't say that you're against collectivism and then espouse collectivist ideas.
The idea is where the coercion and the force enter, right? We're talking about a collective ideology. You're just saying it's an ideology. Well, your ideology is there is a coercion there's first arbitrary rules that are placed just by might makes right. If there's enough of the gang to vote and enforce preferences, then that wins. Just completely arbitrary. Just your idiot neighbors get to decide what you should and shouldn't do as a peaceful person. I'm saying that's some bullshit. Start at meta-ethics, okay? Start at meta-ethics. Go all the way back to epistemology. Start with how you know what you know, and then you'll learn once you work your way the fuck up this is why I talk fast.
Well, hold on. But metaphysics comes before epistemology. This is why you should talk.
No, it doesn't. You have to be able to know what you know before you... What an idiot.
I agree. You are.
Oh my God, stop with the dick swinging. I'm going to get a black eye. Bima, we know yours is bigger. Roger, don't be so jealous.
Yeah.
So, Bima, you didn't answer my question. What bad intel did Israel have?
Okay, so first of all, you're saying Israel, okay? So the bad intent Israel.
You said it.
Hold on. Yes, the idea of a state wanting to enforce collective ideology, if you wanted to just be peaceful human beings, okay, that just happen to be Jewish, and you want, just go ahead and move to wherever you're going to move. This is what I say. Move to wherever you want to move on the planet. No other person should put a gun. Hold on, just listen. Hold on.
But we did move to wherever you want to move.
Right, but
Israel.
you moved to Israel by taking the claim that there is a claim to the land and then being able to push other cultures around. That's the whole point.
Not true.
Well, hold on. If that wasn't true,
there are 2 million other minorities in Israel that are not Jewish and have the same rights.
Yoav, why do you think when Herzl wrote his A Jewish State, there was an outcry with the people of Palestine, the people that lived in the area of Palestine? Why do you think that became? Why do you think that became a threat? No, there were not many Jews in the area of Palestine back in 1890.
I don't know, because they had Jews.
Wait, you're just trying to do this for content and to be argumentative for no reason. Because look at the houses that you're in. You're in houses that are all about anarchy and pussy, and yet you're bringing up these subjects. Just saying.
Listen, you want to just. All I'm saying is, as a peaceful person, if you're a peaceful Jew, you know how I know that you're a peaceful Jew? is you go and you exchange with another voluntary person who says, hey, look, I want to sell you property. And you say, oh, cool. Okay, you give me money, I give you property. And
That's
then you
what
get to
happened.
hold on.
That's what happened.
No.
Let
It
me
happened
cut you off.
it happened
Let me
as
cut
a
you off because
collective.
to
It happened as
every Bima, to every sentence I say, you say like 10, and that's not give and take. So let me say something. We did buy land. The Jews did buy land. We didn't forcibly take land. The Arabs sold land to the Jews because it was swamps and desert, and they were glad to sell land. We didn't take it by force. Force only came into play in 1948 when the Arab states disagreed with the United Nations resolution to give us a state. And they attacked Israel.
So, because you just said it, you said a state. And when you say that you have a state, what you're doing is you're making claim to a land to say, okay, this jurisdiction, I'm going to draw this line, and around this line, we're all going to congregate, and we're going to put our own laws. We're going to have our own laws. We're going to put our own, enforce our own cultural mores and whatever type of values that we have. We're going to have the centralized monopoly of force. That's what that means. So the people of Palestine were rightly threatened by Herzl's A Jewish State in 1896.
But if there is no state, there is no people of Palestine. If there is no Palestine, if there is no state. So why shouldn't Jews be there? If there is no statehood, by your logic, there is no Palestine. Should Palestine be a state?
So what we're talking, no, I don't believe that Palestinians should have a state of Palestine. No, of course not. If I don't believe it for the United States and Israel, I think I would say it for the people of Palestine. No, there's no Palestinian state. No, individuals, unless you believe you have some moral inherent authority over another human being, we're all put on this planet. And if we're just a human being. Oh, wow, look, we're here. Who is to say, oh, no, you can't come over here. You can't play with my toys. Shut the fuck up.
Why did they didn't let Jews come to the? Why did they oppose Jews coming to the area if there are no borders?
Well, I mean, like, there's a lot of reasons why. And I mean, if you want to, like I said, look up Herzl's A Jewish State, I mean, I would be threatened too with someone, what would be the father of Zionism, saying that we're a barbaric species. I mean, look what happened to the United States. History tells. Colonized people came. What did they do to the indigenous? What they have it was written. It was de jure. We had it in our constitution. We had it fucking written in our documents of how barbaric the indigenous people were, and we saw what happened there.
But
right?
You just said Jews can move everywhere they want.
Yes, they could peacefully. They should. They can. They absolutely can peacefully.
They did peacefully. They did.
And that's where we disagree, and that's where I think history also disagrees. You know what I mean? Like your version, my version.
Yeah, your version is wrong. It was peaceful until the Arabs massacred the Jews.
Well, what would have been? Why do you think the people of Palestine tried to? Why do you think that they were threatened in 1922? I think it was maybe 1917, because 1970 they were still under Ottoman rule. So maybe like 1922. Between 1917 and 1922, we'll say, okay, at that period, why do you think they were cool just chilling, but then all of a sudden they were like, oh, wait a second, hey, Brits, can we just have our own state? Can we have our
and you're
own
against
state?
it. And you're against it.
Well, they were cool, but they weren't asking for a Palestinian state until the Brits said there's going to be a mandate and the Jews are going to be able to come in and create and have a state.
That's not what you said last time. You said that they asked for a state many times and they were denied.
It wasn't until after Herzl started threatening them in 1896 with this Zionism shit, saying that they're barbaric and, oh, that's the perfect place to move. They were cool and chilling. It was a defensive measure. It was a defensive measure. They were there first.
It's the Jewish ancestral land.
Well,
we were here
that
first.
that's it. Hold on. No. You can't say we're here first. You're talking about dead people who are gone. They have no.
Oh, so Native Americans don't have rights
hold on.
because they are dead?
Hold on. Absolutely, they don't have rights because they're dead. If you're dead, you don't have rights because you're not alive. You're not part of the reciprocation of rights. They can't protect,
Native
defend
Americans
against.
don't have rights. Native Americans don't have rights.
No, dead Americans.
No, Native Americans.
Okay, no, Native Americans should have rights, but I'm talking about dead. You said it's our ancestral land. They deserve, and what you're saying is that they have some moral claim to this land because
that's what you said. You said the Palestinians lived there before. You said it's their ancestral land.
Hold on, we're talking about moments in time, moments in history. So as people were living, they, like you and me right now, like boom, like just take like an eyeglass look at history. So you and I are right here, right now, and we're just
so right here, right now, the Jews are a majority in Israel. Why should that change?
I don't think that should change. I think that should be fine. I think that any type of Jew that is in the area of Israel, if they, no problem, stay there. But you can't continue to lay claim to land that's not yours, that you haven't bought peacefully, not just because it's the state's land. That
when
whole
did Israel do that?
I mean, like, okay, so why is Israel stopping the Palestinians from building in the West Bank, in Area C, what they're doing in Gaza, right? I understand that Gaza
is a mutual. I forgot the word. Area for Jews and Arabs, so nobody's allowed to build there. I agree with you. Nobody should build there, but if there is no statehood, so why shouldn't they build there?
You could build if there's an individual. If you take a piece of land as an individual and you buy your land, then do it wherever you want on the planet. There are no borders. If you're contracting with another person and they're saying, hey, I'm going to give you this, and they agree, now it's yours. What I'm saying is you can't say, oh, we're the state of Israel, so we're going to do this, this, and this, and this, because we have the authority as a collective, because we're might makes right, basically. We have the most power, so we get to do it. That's my issue.
So I don't want to get into your personal business, but do you live in America?
I do live in the U.S., yeah.
Yeah, so do you consider yourself a thief for living on indigenous land?
Yeah, I've thought about that. I've thought about that plenty of times. I ran some really interesting campaigns when I was a kid to get people back indigenous lands and to get rights with the reservations and a bunch of different stuff. But I mean, this is the issue. We can't move from the past. We have to move from the present. And I agree with you there. But what I'm saying is right now, all the Jews need to do to be good Jews is just stop preventing other peaceful people from moving, exchanging, right? And don't use a collective moral authority to enforce your preferences on other people. Let them do what they want and you do what you want, as long as you're not harming each other. They could live peacefully. They should be able to live peacefully. Now, if there are people like Hamas that want to harm people that are the Jews in the area of Israel, then yeah, absolutely. They're the violators. And everybody knows what I say about a violator. That's the one responsibility that you have in life. And if you violate that, listen, defender's choice. You don't get to have somebody, you don't get to tell someone how to calibrate their defense. You've stopped reciprocating rights, well then any consequences, you'll find out.
So you agree that the war is justified right now?
So the war, way too complex. So the war, first of all, I think goes back way too long. and I feel that there's just it's far above my pay grade. I wouldn't even know where to start, to be honest with you. I don't see
basically the Jews or the Israelis, because Israel is just not just Jews, as I said before. It's a 25 minority that are not Jews, or 20. I don't have the exact number. But we left Gaza in 2005, and there is 0 Jews since then. Not now. Now there are soldiers there, but since 2005, there are 0 Jews in Gaza. So basically, we left the area to tell them, okay, go govern yourself the way you see fit. So they threw rockets at Israel, and they did October 7th. So who's preventing them from having their own society, except themselves?
I mean, I think that's part of the question. A lot of people will say that, all Gaza, the collective, I refer to it as the disease, right? That everybody in Gaza is somehow complicit in the crimes of Hamas, or complicit in the unified belief that Israel shouldn't exist. Listen, I have no idea. I'm not out there. Okay. All I know is that people should have the ability to sustain their life, liberty, and their property. And if what I see right now is some sort of cyclical, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I don't know at what point you would think, where do you draw the line of defense? Where is the aggression? Where is the defense? Because you say, October 7th was the aggression. Well, the reason that October 7th was done, because we could go back to, 2022, 2021.
Wait, pause. So you believe that October 7th was justified?
I'm saying that I believe that they believe that. I think that Hamas believes it.
Right. Well, but Hamas, it's a terrorist organization that's committed to wiping out all Jews, and they were elected to be the government of Gaza. What exactly do you think happened on October 7th, Bima?
Well, first of all, the election, I'm going to have to reject that. When was the last election? 2006?
Well, this is what happens when you elect a tyrannical government. A terrorist government that doesn't want to be replaced, they end elections. So they were voted in, and the election stopped. So you don't get a pass. You're the one that voted in the terrorists.
And this is the problem that I have with coercive force, and the idea that a state should exist, and that this is the problem with
so how can you say that you're against coercive force and not just and you talk endlessly about a conflict between Hamas and Israel, yet your condemnation is 99.999% on condemning Israel, and I never hear you leading rooms, titling rooms with your condemnation of what Hamas did on October 7th. In fact, when October 7th just came up, you said, hey, you have to understand what caused them to do that. You're looking for a justification for killing innocent women and children and taking hostages. Some of those hostages are American hostages. So I have a vested interest in giving a shit about this. And my question is, if you care so much against this initiation of force, which you think is the worst thing possible, why aren't you screaming at the top of your lungs about denouncing Hamas and supporting the IDF and freeing the people in Gaza from Hamas?
So you have to be able to take that moral ground to say that you're not violating somebody else. And what I see is, as long as you're violating, it's impossible for me to do that. It's impossible for me to say, okay, Israel, you're acting defensively. You know, when Israel was acting defensively, when they did their Iron Dome thing and they, rockets are flying, that was impressive. Okay, that was actually a moral. That was a moral take.
Yeah,
okay,
there's still hostages, and you're
hold on.
No. Listen, I'm not holding on. There's still hostages. So all of their efforts is still defensive. The hostages aren't all free. What are we talking about?
Right, but the problem is that it didn't begin on October 7th. That was my issue. There were claims of genocide.
When did it begin? You
I
want to go back? You want to go back to May 15th of 1948, the day after statehood was established for Israel, and 6 countries lined up to start a war with Israel. What's the starting point you want to use? Because it sounds to me like what you're hoping to find is a starting point where you can say, the Jews are to blame.
Well, so let's take the individual actors, right? Because we can only have control for ourselves and our own influence. So the people that went into Israel and did those heinous crimes that day, let's look at their life and so where that started. So when they were born, what did their life look like when they were born? Because that's all that they knew, right? So let's look at that. Do you know the average age of the people that committed the crimes on October 7th?
Sorry, what was the question?
The average age of the offenders of October 7th. How old were the majority of them? Between what and what?
Do you know?
I've heard rumors, and I don't want to make, I mean, I could tell you what I think, but I've heard that they were pretty young. I heard that they were between 18 and 25. So they're at the peak, right? So this is my point. So let's go back 18 years to when they were born. When they were born onto this planet and they opened their eyes, what type of life did they see first, right?
They saw an independent Gaza with 0 Jews in it and Hamas's government.
Well, I mean, we can go back. Let's go back to
Why? You said an 18-year-old. You said an 18-year-old. Hamas is in power since 2005, 2006. So that's 20 years. That's exactly the average age you mentioned.
Okay, so let's look at the events. What was the state of the Israel-Gaza situation at then? Was there any claims of offensive actions, defensive actions? Like, what was the relationship between Israel and Gaza? And we can just go back to 2000. We'll start at the 21st century.
Hamas were firing rockets at Israel. Israel had the Iron Dome. Sometimes we went into a striking campaign against Gaza to eliminate their launching capabilities of rockets. And that was the situation for 20 years, more or less, until October 7th, when they did their heinous crimes against Jews.
So you're saying that Hamas was launching rockets. What was the government like in Gaza in 2000? Who was in control?
I think the Palestinian Authority was in control, and there were still Jews in Gaza.
Okay, so then when did Hamas start to go crazy, and what triggered them? You said 2005?
Their charter is to kill all Jews, then they amended it to kill all Zionists.
What was
in their charter?
What was
their reasoning?
Yeah.
There was the Quran, I don't know. Probably.
So if I were to say, like, we'll pay you, like, like $50 million to come up with your best answer, your most educated answer as to why Hamas was created. I mean, like, what would you come up with?
Hamas was created as a terrorist organization to kill Jews. Whoever voted for them must have hated Jews. It's in their charter, so if you vote for someone that their charter is to kill Jews, you must hate Jews.
Okay. Well, we could just keep going back and back and back and back, because why would they say that, right? The Palestinians in 1922, when they had the Arab Congress, they didn't want to kill anybody. They just wanted to be left alone. They were upset.
That's
that
not
they
true.
Oh, really? Well, tell me more.
They they certainly did massacre Jews in the land of Israel. Jews who bought land legally.
What year was that?
1929 is a big year for that.
But that's after, right? That's now after they've been denied their defensive measures, because there's been threats that they're barbaric people. Herzl says that they're barbaric people, that the Jews need to go in there and they need to just flood in there. You read A Jewish State, okay? So now they're saying, let's take some defensive measures to protect our society, our way of life, right? This is 1920. 1929, things are already in motion at that point. They've already asked, like, hey, look, Churchill, why can't we have a state? Oh, Churchill's like, what does Churchill say?
So you're against statehood. It brings us back to your...
Statehood is what caused this. Statehood is what caused this, right? If there wasn't statehood,
hold on. So, Bima doesn't understand history, so when she says she rejects statehood, what she must prefer is the empires that predated states.
You think that an empire, is that a good logical assessment, Roger?
I'm saying that
statehood because
if you understood the history of the region, you would understand all of the different empires that ran through that area. So I don't think that you understand the history of that region at all. In fact, I don't think you took notice of what was happening until you got on Clubhouse and you heard Jews arguing about their existential threat and talking about the survival of their civilization by battling against these terrorists. And then what you decided to do, the same way that you support anarchy, is you just want to be a contrarian. And in this case, you're being a contrarian at the detriment of all Jews globally.
Didn't I beat you up yesterday, Mojo?
Mod abuse, not good. Free Next. I don't know who you are, Next. Don't disappoint me if he brings you back up.
He's an alcoholic. It's not fun.
Gotcha. You could say all of the bullshit that you think, right? And but all it is bullshit at the end of the day. Like, there's no truth to it. I don't know why you delude yourself with believing.
I've never heard you say, I've never heard you run a room or put it in the title, hey, free the hostages.
Well, I don't run rooms because nobody comes to my rooms. But when I do run rooms, I talk about everything. I talk about whatever I feel is in proximity to me at the time. I've talked about it.
Have you ever heard Bima on this topic ever say once to free the hostages?
I haven't heard her much, but no, never. What do you think about this, Bima? Should Hamas just free the hostages?
Yeah, a hostage? What are you talking about? Yeah, of course. Is that not a violation to that person's liberty? Of course. Release them.
Okay. But they won't.
So if they had released them,
right,
do you think that they would have been doing what they're doing in Gaza? So, I mean, if they should have released them, shouldn't they have released them before and not caused the suffering of their own people?
Well, I don't think that Hamas, I'm not trying to pretend like I know what they're thinking. I don't know what they're thinking. All I do is I read reports, I read the news. That's the only way I could get my news.
And you want me to tell you what they were thinking? They were thinking, oh my God, look, women in Saudi Arabia can drive now. Oh my God, Israel and Saudi Arabia are talking to each other? Holy shit, this is like when Israel and Egypt decided, maybe we shouldn't hate each other. And Hamas decided, hey, you know what, this would not be good for us, because if Israel actually isn't a villain to the rest of the Arab world anymore, then maybe we can't soak billions of dollars out of Tehran anymore, and we better do something to make Israel a villain again. That's what Hamas was thinking before October 7th. And then after they took the hostages, you know what they were thinking? Hey, if we hang on to these hostages for a really long time, Israel will come in and destroy our people, and then we can blame Israel and get billions of dollars from Tehran again.
I mean, like, I think that's one of the narratives, right?
That's one of the narratives. Yeah, okay. Would you like other narratives, or do you have another narrative?
I mean, I'd like the truth, but I don't think that we're going to get it here. And I'm not saying because you aren't honest with the truth. I'm just saying, like, you know, it's a bunch of people doing the best that we can to extract what we believe is happening over there when we really don't know what's happening over there. We really, you know, people reject. What's interesting is that people will reject reports that have come out, multiple reports about the violations that Israel's been committing on within the West Bank and Gaza since, you know, circa 2007, but then that's completely denied. So there's an element of me that's going to say, okay, so I'm going to question that. I'm going to say, well, hold on a second. What would be the incentive for someone like a Human Rights Watch, right, for example, to make up these claims and present it to the world stage if it's not true? I'm not saying that it is. I'm not saying that it's not. But I'm curious.
Let's say I grant you that Israel has been a little heavy-handed in how they've dealt with some of the problems that have come up. Maybe they could have been a little more kinder and gentler in their approach to doing things.
With terrorists?
Well, I'm just granting a little leeway here. Hang on, Mojo. Just give me some space. I'm not trying to justify. I'm just saying, let's say they're a little heavy-handed from time to time, and they could have been a kinder, gentler, sweeter approach to how they dealt with these problems. Does that in any way, that little infraction, justify what Hamas has done? And more importantly, it's not Hamas against Israel. It's what Hamas has done to its own people. So how do you justify what you're doing to your own people because of some heavy-handedness? It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, and I think that you know, I don't disagree with you. That's why I'm not over there. But whatever happened, there's a group of people called Hamas. They've congregated. It seems like they've taken control at the not at the consent of the people of the area. I looked I found polls. Well, I mean, they were elected in 2006, right? Which I would think that 2006, there was a much different idea of what was happening. Oh, thank you. Right. That's pre-separation policy of the West Bank and Gaza, right? Oh, sorry, Anne. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I wanted to know. So, have you seen like how the United States has tried to drop food to those Palestinians, and Hamas has taken all the food, and like there's people starving because of Hamas, their own people.
Wait, I'm really confused.
Wait, no, Bima.
No, I just want to tag on to that, please.
No,
I've never heard of a warring country that is so mean to their enemy, also giving their enemy free food and trying to take care of them themselves, because it's not just the U.S. that's trying to feed these people, it's Israel. So I don't know, did we ever feed the Viet Cong? I don't think we did. Did we feed the Germans and the Japanese? Maybe after we destroyed their country, but not while the war was going on. It doesn't ring a bell to me that any country has ever done that for their so-called enemy. Sorry, Anne, I had to.
Yeah, in the moment of proportional warfare, where there's like, you know, structures in place and they're vying, right? That's different than an occupying power. It's everybody agrees that Israel is the occupying power. So people look at that as if you're going to be the occupying power and you're going to stop the exchange of medical aid, food.
Bima, occupying who?
The occupying power, like I'm talking about like international law, like in the matter of warfare.
Who is Israel occupying?
Yeah, exactly.
The occupied power just means the dominant force.
What are they occupying?
Oh my God. read some international law. I can't teach you everything.
Me going to read it.
It just means
Dima,
the dominant power in that moment. That's what that means.
Dima, the issue's not that you can't, educate people on everything. The problem is you can't educate anybody on anything.
I love your commentary, Roger. So anyway, the international law says that it's Geneva Conventions, the occupying power, the dominant power in a region, in a situation, in an armed conflict, the dominant power, if you're going to, oh my God. Next, you disappoint me. Go ahead, next. I talk, you talk. Go ahead, next.
Dima, I told you he was drunk.
Yeah, because you've been talking, making no points. So
okay.
All right. I heard it on Joe Rogan podcast today.
Well, it must be true if you heard it on Joe Rogan.
It's an idea. And they said all these fuckers are in the underground systems, right? And they're occupying those. And some guy said, blood them out. They come out like rats out of a hole, or beavers, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like fucking gophers. You flood those motherfuckers out with toxic water, and they're coming out.
You mean
like Egypt
does?
Like Egypt did, yeah.
Yeah, but no. Egypt is much more kinder and gentler to these people than Israel is.
I think it's just this time of night. This is what we get.
This time of morning, baby. It's 5:18 a.m.
Oh, that's why I feel stupid right now. No, but I mean, let's be real about shit. They fucking, let's not forget, what was it, January 6th or whatever? When they invaded fucking peaceful conflict.
Did you say January 6th?
I'm dead.
Yeah, wait, did I miss something? Was there an insurrection that went over there?
Alright, I get fucked up with these dates. There's so many dates to think about now.
Hold on, next. When was the War of 1812?
1776.
Obviously.
Next, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
What's 100 times 1,000?
100 times a what?
100 times 1,000.
Oh God, here we go.
3 zeros to 100, and there you go.
So here's the answer to that.
I was going to say a large bank account.
Yeah,
I just looked it up because I love you. So Geneva Conventions, IHL, Article 42, a territory is considered occupied when it is actually placed under the authority of the hostile army, and only insofar as that authority can be exercised.
Yes, but does it do any good to have a kinder, peaceful, gentler world that you've proclaimed for the past 2 or 3 hours by using inflammatory words in a circumstance in which you know the words you're choosing are inflammatory, but you want to rely on the definition because it fits instead of thinking, am I being inflammatory or not?
That was just a matter of just for communication, right? I said occupied power because that is the dominant force. It's in fact Israel, regardless of what side you take. You could be full Zionist in support. If you're using terminology, you would still say the occupying power. It's not meant to be inflammatory or negative. It's just as an objective, factual point of control. Like that is what is happening.
You're stuck on a definition, and you want to use the words that you know are inflammatory. When everything I heard you say tonight was about peace, love, and energy, and I'm the biggest hippie in the world and have been, and I'm saying to you, how do you go through life for hours saying how we all ought to get along and anarchy and all this beautiful love and kumbaya for everyone, and then you double down every time you say the word Jew or Israel. I can hear the tone in your voices dripping. It's like inflammatory.
That's how it sounds like, William.
No, it is. It's true. It's true because I don't like collectivists. I tell you this. I say this all the time. I don't
You
like
are a collectivist. You are a collectivist.
Oh my God. I don't like collectivist mentality. I look at individuals according to what they
Anarchy is a collectivist ideology. What are you talking about?
No, it's not, Roger.
Sure it is. I'll put my receipts in the audience.
Oh my God.
Excuse me, today. Excuse me, I'll do it.
I mean, in principality, like if you organize, you are by default.
Excuse me, sir. How are you doing today, sir?
Sorry.
So I've been listening to you all last night. I don't know how I learned about you all. I learned of you all since last night. I think I fell asleep to this room. First time I'm learning about this room.
Welcome. Turn in your pink ticket. Stay a while.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, no, hold on. Next, mute your fucking mic so King can talk. Mute your goddamn mic or I'm going to move your fucking candy ass to the audience. Next. There we go. Okay. King, go ahead. Next is in the audience.
So I don't follow social norms, the whole pink ticket thing. I don't just turn my ticket just to turn my ticket.
That's fine. That's fine. You're in the muff, and being pink is part of being in the muff. You're good.
Yeah. So I will say I do like the space. There's a lot of intellectual people here. Sounds like neurodiverse people here, like myself. I'm in Pittsburgh, PA. Met a lot of successful people last night through this still convention that they're having here in Pittsburgh. And to what you're speaking about, I would say that a lot of us, to what someone has said to you, young lady, is that a lot of us speak on topics. I don't say us because I don't speak on a lot of topics if I don't necessarily know about them. And I'm open to speaking about them. The reason I'm saying that is because if you think about it, we're all worried about other countries. Although within the United States, we really don't even give a fuck about one another. Which I realize with these social audio apps that they've created, I think they created these apps to find out how many intellectual people are there in the United States that actually give a fuck about these current events. And I think, though when I say they're doing this, although I feel like they're putting us on a watch list because as I advocate and speaking about family trust, I realize that, okay, I'll be Beavis and Butthead. I don't give a fuck. But you're up here 5 o'clock in the morning being Beavis and Butthead, sir. It makes no sense on how we don't necessarily, as the United States of Americans, value one another to where we're worried about another country. And someone asked you a question, and you didn't even want to answer the question, miss, because in being intellectual, are you even open to researching the information before you actually go to speak about it? Because a lot of people are just fucking farters. They're just farting words out, as I would say, farting words out because they know certain things a certain way to bring a certain crowd in. And
I don't like to read. I didn't graduate high school, and I'm just not. Reading isn't my thing.
Oh, well, hold on. So
she also doesn't shave her armpits.
Hold on. I don't like that because I don't like when people do it to me. One thing I don't like is you can learn information, although I think it's necessary to read about it because when someone asks you a question, you got mad and upset, and I actually think it was Mojo? Is that it, Mojo?
Yes, sir.
So I think it was you that asked her the question of what she was talking about. It's like she was trying to deflect and back up from what she was saying. It's not funny. These things are literal. I realize as American, we're worried about the rest of the world. We're not even valuing what we're saying with each other. Stop on me.
King, I saw in your bio that you've been over on Fanbase. Are you still over there?
Hell yeah! And the crazy thing about Clubhouse versus Fanbase, this is a recorded space. Although on Fanbase, you can't have these things. Like I have not seen one room yet on Fanbase to where there's these strong intellectual conversations. and I wish there would be. It's not a fan base. It's not a black app. It's designed for everyone. All the ignorant ass black people have been over there saying, "Oh, get the white people out of here."
Yeah, like Durand.
Not Durand. Durand's never said nothing about fan base being a black app. He's actually open to a lot of people being on the app.
So actually, the biggest room in the history of Fanbase was when Kelly and myself opened a room on Fanbase talking about reparations, and Duran got on the stage and tried to shut down the space, which actually caused it to be bigger and bigger and bigger. In fact, Isaac Hayes had to come in and tell Duran to shut his little ass up.
Well, no, so them type of conversations actually work because what I realized these people are doing who are like venture capitalists, etc., they're purposely doing that to create tension. Because someone told me, King Thoy, we know you're all about kumbaya and all this and all that. Unfortunately, negativity sells. So if you had a very big space on Fanbase, I would actually suggest you going back to Fanbase because I'm literally tired of people of color being on Fanbase saying this app is made for people of color when the people of color are the ones preventing white Europeans, white people, whatever you want to say, from being on the app. Because they're talking about, we just had a room the other day, they were talking about retention. Although I'm like, it's not the owner, it's the users on the app preventing people from coming because I was literally on the app and I heard people saying, we don't want white people here. I said, y'all didn't create this fucking app. You all know nothing about fucking how to create an app. But you're Uncle Tom. I'm like, y'all don't even know the fucking definition of Uncle Tom. Because when people say Uncle Tom, folks, they're actually talking about Uncle Sambo. If you gotta look up the difference of who, people are actually so bamboozled and so manipulated that they don't even realize they're talking about Sambo versus Uncle Tom because Uncle Tom was actually the powerful one. Uncle Sambo is actually who they want to actually speak about.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I think you're right about Isaac. I think he wants it to be open for everyone. I think the problem is, and I think all of the
So you know what's crazy?
Let me finish real quick. So the mistake that I think all of the social audio apps have made, including Clubhouse, including Fanbase, including Chatter, is that when you first started out, you have to figure out, okay, how are we going to get people on the app? And all three of these particular apps, Clubhouse, Fanbase, and Chatter, decided to over-index on particular markets. And when they did that, like for example, Fanbase, you have people that lived in the Atlanta metro area, and they gave their invites initially to people in the Atlanta area. I don't think it's a black app; it's more of a regional app. Now that might over-index with black people because it's in Atlanta, but it really is just a regional thing. If they would have figured out a way to tap into other markets, like Clubhouse is now starting to do that. Like people don't realize 80% of the downloads on Clubhouse now are from India. They're not even from the U.S. And so I think it really comes down to the marketing of these things of who do you want on the app? And I think the initial mistake that people make is they think too small.
I'm glad you actually said that because when you think about it, India is an extremely emerging country because India has so many people that actually, you know what? That would be. Let me look. I'm gonna look it up because because India is emerging on a lot of different apps, and they speak about Africa and its youth and the people on it. So I think India and Africa is what's thriving a lot of these apps to actually be successful. Because people in America are so biased. America and other countries are so biased towards certain things to where they're manipulated. To where when you speak about robotics, even when you speak about robotics is coming from these countries because it's the youth actually thriving in these countries to actually move forward. Because thank you for saying that because I actually been noticing that even on Fanbase, a lot of people from India are on fan base, although on a social audio sector, a lot of people are turned off from it because ignorant personalities on the social audio sector, being of people of color, are trying to act as if they own the app, and then they want to make it uncomfortable for people from other countries to want to speak, or people like myself who are neurodiverse, autism, etc., not to want to speak because they proclaim to have intellectual conversations. But when someone like myself speaks and brings up a deeper narrative, they don't like it. Oh, you don't comprehend social cues. You don't do this. You don't. First off, I comprehend everything that everyone is fucking doing. Even in this platform, they asked the young lady, "How could you say that?" She couldn't even answer the question. So it's like, even it bothers me on how people can bring up.
What question was that, King?
I can't. To be honest, I'm gonna be honest with you. A lot of people wouldn't. I don't remember, but I remember a guy came back and challenged you, and you wanted to tell him almost. You didn't tell him shut the fuck up, but in a nutshell, you basically told him shut the fuck up because he challenged you what you said.
With the occupying power question?
Yes, that one. Thank you.
Yeah.
But actually, that's your standard response, Bima. When we ask you, like in an anarchist society who controls the nukes, you have a similar response. When we ask you questions about where do rights come from, you have a similar response. I think the fact that King came into this room and can pick this up the first time he's been exposed to you, like you should listen to this. I know you think that I'm biased towards you, but here's somebody that's never been in this space, and they can pick up the fact that you're very evasive when you're asked a question.
I agree. Thank you, King, for teaching me. It's night-night time for me. I gotta get a little sleazies. Okay, bye-bye. Ta-ta for now, folks.
That was actually very interesting and intriguing, and that's typically what a lot of people do whenever someone actually listens to them and they challenge their perspective, because they're so good at having a social influence to create a conversation. I actually hate it, although I see in social audio it's absolutely necessary because it does keep a room going. But it's like, yo, when you're challenged, why the fuck are you backing away? Because you had the balls to speak about certain things.
Well, King, I think there's different signals going on there, right? Like, so one of her signals is that she's trying to speak fast and evasive because she doesn't want to get pinned down on the back.
That's exactly what she was doing, because when the question was asked to her, she didn't like it.
Yeah, correct. But there's different signals. For example, she's trying to avoid a question, trying to get out her thoughts in a way that deflects from the question. And people that are really listening, the people that are down below, not even the people that are arguing with her, they're listening and observing, and like you can learn a lot from the goo. If you were to just like go into the chat when these conversations are going on, you have people that like for example in this room, Randy, you'll see Randy here quite a bit. There's a lot of people that are asleep now, but they're some of the best listeners on this app, and communication is a two-way street. In fact, it's more important what was communicated is what somebody heard rather than what somebody said. And so she could say a million fucking things, but ultimately what was heard is what was communicated. And I think that the fact that you picked up on it that quickly, raised your hand, came up here and called it out, and then all of a sudden she's got to go to bed because a stranger was able to pick it apart with the first time of even hearing her voice. It's amazing.
No, but if you actually observe, like, I would encourage you all to go into black spaces, because I was telling people the other day, I said, you know what's crazy, that you all sit here and talk about the American government. Although I remember being on Clubhouse 2-3 years ago, I saw black apps, white spaces, black spaces. Now it's just a whole bunch of black spaces, and then people of the same culture fighting with one another, and I see no white spaces. But I've been realizing that what I've been actually doing, you guys might want to try this too, is Clubhouse is actually a very beneficial app. I love fan base more because you can monetize on fan base. So say you have this space, you can actually be on there and monetize from the hearts that people give you. Clubhouse doesn't do that for you. They're just collecting your data and they're monetizing from you.
This is true. I've told people that on the 4+ years that I've been on this app, and back in its prime when we would have 1,000+ people in a room every day, this app paid me nothing. I did 2 rooms on Fanbase, and I didn't make a lot of money, but I made $100 over those 2 rooms, and that $100 is $100 more than I made in 4.5 years on this app.
And that's the point, because even if you made $1 or $2, people will say, well, that's no fucking money. No, actually it is money because it's money. If you saw it, I know me, if I saw $1 or $2 on the ground, I'd pick it up walking down the street. I'm in Pittsburgh, PA. They're filming a movie right now called How to Rob a Bank. I'm like, what the fuck? And there's a lot of important people in there, like I forgot what the guy's star name was, but when I mentioned it to people in the space I went to. So I'm a very open-minded individual. I got the chance to meet fucking the vice president of AT&T last night. That's the highlight of my fucking. I'm like, yo, how in the fuck did I meet the vice president of AT&T Communications? This shit's crazy. But I will say that the downfall of America is not the government. The downfall of America is the people within America. Now, the reason I'm saying that is because people believe that voting is the solution to everything. No, you dumb motherfucker. And I'll say that because voting is the manipulation of the psychology of the individuals deciding to vote. We're voting Democrat, Republican, not realizing, hey, maybe you should have financial shares of these things. Maybe you should look at the poly market. Hey, put your thumbs down, hated asshole. Keep them down too, because as a matter of fact, shove them your ass. The reason I say that is because you're manipulated to vote for a party, not realizing you can play the same fucking game that these parties are playing by creating a family trust. Most people don't even acknowledge a family trust. Because did you know that's actually the ruling power of shit? As you argue with your own fucking family, these dynasties that have been created right now in America, they're like 4 or 5 generations in, and they're voting on things like the Carnegies, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Soroses, or whatever state you live in, and you see a major bank, that's a family trust. You're putting your money into their trust that they've created to manipulate your ass. Dumb motherfucker, I'm going on mute.
George Soros only got to America like in the past 70 years.
Sir, George Soros is like damn near 90-something years old, and he's a part of the bank. Sir. No, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this because hey, sir, I know you know about AI. Hey, I know you know about AI. I know you know about AI. So take your AI, look on your AI, use your AI.
He's only been in America for like 70 years.
Sir, and how old is he? How old is George Soros? I'm going to say, you know what? I'm going to do it myself. Hold on just a moment.
Hey, look at my video. He's 100 years old. I don't give a fuck. That he's an old man who's only been in America for like one generation. Like he has only been in America for one generation. And he had like children, and I don't even know if he has any grandchildren in America yet. But he only made it to America in like the 70s. So it's not like the Rockefellers who have been in America for like 200 years, or any of these other groups that you mentioned that have been there for like 200 years. Anyway, a family trust is going to protect your personal money and part of your land. It's not going to like give you the type of power that voting does, and voting is an issue of like basically collective bargaining against the government, right? Or for who the people want in government. America has a 2-party system, but many countries have multi-party systems, and they build coalitions with each other. That's what aspects of democracy are. Within these 2 big parties, you have multiple entities that are also building coalitions with each other that may not necessarily like each other, but that is part of democracy. And what I always find interesting is that Black Americans are always the first people that are ready to get rid of their vote. It's like the most ridiculous thing, which is actually apropos because the Voting Rights Act is up for debate and discussion, and it may actually get thrown out, which would mean that that a lot of the rights that Black people have worked hard to get to vote over almost 70 something years is about to get thrown out only with after it was passed 61 years ago. So so I find it fascinating that Black Americans are always like, oh, voting doesn't matter, voting doesn't count. But almost every single other group of people in America exercise the right to vote openly and freely. I think that Black Americans have like one of the lowest voting rates in America because they don't fucking understand democracy. And it's not the issue of voting that is the problem. That's America's problem. Is that the vast majority of Americans don't really have an ideology of what America is. They a lot of them think in these stupid platitudes about like, oh, we should have equitable rights for everybody and blah blah blah. We shouldn't need to vote. They should be like God-given whatever. I do believe that there's some naturally ingrained rights as a part of humanity. But the issue is those naturally ingrained rights versus the will of the collective, and that is what the government is supposed to protect: the will of the individual versus the collective. Those individual rights versus like the collective power or ability to do harm, to violate those rights. And this is why people quickly move into dictatorships, because they don't fucking understand. They don't have any sort of philosophical understanding. Everything is about a type of economics, and in reality, these are philosophical ideas, and we are just sort of practicing them, right? Democracy is
Sam, but I think facts matter, and one of the things that you mentioned that's just historically incorrect is that Blacks actually do have higher voter turnouts than Latinos, Asians, as well as young people, Native Americans. There's a lot of cohorts that Black people show up, in larger numbers percentage-wise, and so it's just not true. Now, you might be right that I think that there's voter apathy in general across the board, but there's some groups that don't care. If you're poor, you're unlikely to vote. If you are young, 18 to 30, you're unlikely to vote. Asians and Latinos, very unlikely to vote. And this is the question: why is it that we have these problems or at least these debates about things like income inequality, wealth distribution, things of that nature, and yet the young people and the poor people that are on the bottom rung of the distribution curve are the people that vote the least? I think that your broader point, Sam, is very important, which is we should be encouraging people to get out and vote for their rational self-interest. But in some ways, I'm kind of glad that they don't, because some of those cohorts are very uneducated, and the way that the impact that might have on an election, if you had low information or no information voters turning up in larger numbers, it might actually be worse for us.
You all know what's crazy. You all know what's crazy about the conversation. When you actually think about it, this is why I say I'm glad people to say that those neurodiverse are starting to be more accepted versus those who are so normal. Because when you think about it, the whole aspect of voting is to get someone lesser to you, someone lesser than you, to believe in the manipulation that you have created. Because technically, when you think about it, whether you're black, white, Puerto Rican, Chinese, let's take the black angle, because we all hear the black angle. I just told someone, I said, you know what? And that's why I'm so happy I found this fucking room today, because I was getting so pissed. I'm
I'm like, I see no white rooms. I see no white rooms talking about black men, black women, or white men, white women, and all this type of shit. That's because they all left the app. Blah, 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 blah. So, sir, and then I hate people who speak so eloquently and tell fucking bullshit ass lies and don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Because when you think about it, we're all fucking people. I saw a Jamaican on Facebook the other day asking someone about black, white, and that guy said, no, that's your belief. That's not the truth. Because people will use a belief and then try to say it's the truth. The way he worded it was so perfectly. And I said, you know what? I've been thinking that way my whole life. And I get called weird and be told, you need to go date a white woman. You need to go to Africa because you're not strong enough. Fuck you. Because voting is the highest level of manipulation in the fucking world. The Rothschilds, Rockefeller said this. We want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. That's very perplexing. Why is that perplexing? Because then you find that the reason they say autism is a disability versus a gift, to where we call each other neuro-gifted, is that when you think and you actually observe and you're actually literal, then we don't like it. Although when you actually listen to people who think uniquely differently, motherfuckers who vote are dumb as fuck. Reason why? Because you'll vote, and then when they get into office, you'll then complain when they flip the script of what the fuck they did. Every president has fucking did this shit. They all said during the running campaign, hey, Julius, we're gonna do this when we come into office. Sarah, by the way, let's have sex. I know I say whatever the fuck I say, but now I'm gonna win you over. Because I know what you actually really want. The reason I'm saying that like the way I just said it was because it's just like dating. You lie to a woman or you lie to a man to get him. Although when you're actually there, you're strung in, you're all the way fully wedged, you change the whole perspective. So when you say people are dumb, and I'm going to tell you, and I don't give a fuck what anyone says, I don't fucking vote. Because as soon as they vote, as soon as they run for office, they change their whole perspective, which shows you, hey, the president is a poster board for the ignorant motherfuckers in the world who do not follow what's actually going on. Because it's called the presidency. It's called the corporation. The United States of America is a corporation. Literally. It's a business. So if it's a business, what the fuck are we getting mad for? They're manipulating Americans to cast a vote when the guy behind the scenes pulling the puppets, which are the presidents, pulling their strings. Hey, say this when you go up there. Say that. Okay, well, when you get in office, we're still running the show, but we're going to do what the fuck we want to do. Come on, y'all. Like, it's been happening. Like, I'm 42 years old. I've been watching this shit since I was fucking 13. I'm like, how are grown-ass adults manipulated to do some shit, and then they're actually complaining about it with other family members, and then the worst part about voting is that you're telling your other family members, fuck you, don't give a fuck about you because you're a Democrat versus Republican or Republican versus Democrat. When meanwhile, none of this shit fucking matters. When you as a family can create a family trust like they have and operate the same way that they operate and be your own fucking bank. But I'm sorry, there's too much bias. I know a lot of you all won't like what I just said. I don't give a fuck because my own family doesn't even like it.
I think you mean the art of politics is about manipulation.
Hey, sir. Hey, sir. So one thing I do not like, I don't like when people put words in my mouth because you can ask me directly. That's one thing I don't like. It's not.
So I'm going to continue with what I'm saying. Thank you. So I think that what you mean or what you intend to mean is that the art of politics.
Hey, sir, why don't you ask me? That's why I said what I said. Why don't you ask me?
That is a manipulation.
Wait, sir, why don't you ask me? Literally, you're doing it again. That's the problem with American society. Ask me. Don't say what you think, what I mean. Ask
manipulation. That is manipulation, and that voting in itself is is not manipulation. Fine, if the person that is running for office is a sneaky bastard, right? And they make a lot of false promises to a lot of people, and then they renege on those promises once they get into office, then that is manipulation. But just by voting in itself, the function of voting is not manipulation. Function of voting is the function of voting.
If you listen to anything you obviously did not listen to anything that I said.
The function of voting is about exercising your voice, right? Like showing, exercising your rights to be heard by the government, by the people as a collective, right? So that those are two different things. The idea is that hopefully that in our system, the way that America and the Western world has developed is that there will be an informed and educated population, and then next, are you gonna come up here with some fuck shit? What are you talking about?
Well, what I'm gonna talk about, can you hear me now? What I'm talking about is your falsism about the government being collective.
Yeah, so
damn. Wait, hold on. Why did you kick him? I don't like when people do that. Why when people come with a different?
I didn't kick him. He interrupted what I was saying to talk about.
So hold on, no, you definitely kicked him because he's in the audience now.
I didn't kick him out of the room.
So hold on. This is what I don't like. Why
are we gonna have to argue about definitions here? Fine,
no, because if you're going to speak, why not allow someone else to speak as well?
Because I was not done. I wasn't fine. I'll invite him back up. I was not done.
That doesn't make sense. This is a social conversation. You know these governments, they do the same fucking thing. Trump argues with Vladimir Putin and all these other people, and they do it.
Guess what? Therein lies the issue. Therein lies the issue. In a country where you do not have a right to vote, where you live in a place where there's a dictatorship, where you do not have the right to have your voice.
You were just a dictator just now.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was.
So now, hold on, wait. So me being neurodiverse, I look at things as very simplistic. It's not this detailed as we make it seem.
No. Listen, what I'm saying. Yes.
Hold on, wait, please. The reason I'm saying that,
this is how a dictatorship functions. When you live in a country where you don't have the right to vote, where you do not exercise the right to vote,
you're being the dictator right now. You're literally being the dictator right now.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So now, and you being the dictator, why can't you go back and forth with next?
Yes, I am. This is not a back and forth. This is me trying to finish what I have to say.
All right,
say something. And
next,
I was being interrupted, and yes, this is me being a dictator. I am not.
All right, so next. He said it. So next,
I'm showing you an example of what happens when you do not have a right to vote. And now, the way voting works is that there are 5 people on the stage. If 2 people exercise their right to vote against me as the person in charge, then I have to bend to the will of the majority.
That's a lie. No, you're literally the only one, and you have the ability to kick people out. They can't kick you out.
Credentials to
but if I am a person who has integrity, right, which is why we take oaths of office, which is why people in power take an oath of office to protect and defend the Constitution. That is what they do. When you have a president, you have a senator, you have a representative, you have our congressman, you have a governor. These are elected officials. Their job is to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and that is their oath of office, and to protect the people within the United States.
So can you let next year, please?
Yeah. Did you
let me finish what I have to say.
Hold on, wait. You were just saying.
No, I was not done yet. He came up on stage.
Bro, why are you doing that, bro? Hold on. Why are you doing that?
I'm showing
Before he loses
you what a country. I'm showing you what a country looks like. You don't have a right to vote. I have a right to kill you.
You don't know what a country looks like. You don't.
Yes, I know what a country looks like. I have citizenship in multiple countries. I know exactly what a country looks like. I've lived in multiple countries.
So hold on. So
I know
trying to do?
exactly what rights are. I know exactly what laws are. I know what it's like to be dictatorships.
Sam, please. Can we have a conversation? Sam, can we have a conversation?
No, we don't. You don't have conversations.
Why can't we have a conversation if other people want to speak?
You don't have conversations. You do not have
Other people want to
conversations in
speak.
countries in which you do not have a right to vote. You are killed by the government.
Other people want to speak. You don't want people to lose their thought to what you just said. Why can't you let them
democracy? So now you want democracy.
Well, what are you talking about? Like the guy just wanted to speak to what you just said, and
now you want the right to vote. Now you want the right to vote. You want the right to be heard. Okay, so exercise your vote. Go ahead.
So I said no. Let him speak to what he was just trying to speak to.
Okay. Oh, so you are his representative. You are advocating on his
behalf. No. So
go ahead next year. You're representative.
So
Your representative. Your representative who do not vote. You do not vote for is advocating for your behalf. So go ahead.
I'm all about community. Whether you like me or not, I'm about community because that's what's lacking in the world is community. It's always about I instead of we. Because it's us that make the world go around. If you create a business, as people have to come into your store to buy your product, it ain't gonna just buy itself. So that's what I'm saying. Why can't it be we instead of I? So I'm going on mute. Go ahead. Next, we would like to hear what you have. Next, we would like to hear what you have to say.
We the people. The Constitution says we the people.
We the people. Who's that include? The people of the United States or only black ones? Let's get real with it.
Say that again.
What?
It's difficult to hear you, Nick. So I'm not sure if you're on headphones or not, but it's very difficult to hear you.
Can you ask me a question? So listen to it.
I'm trying to listen to it, but I can't fucking hear you because your microphone is shitty. So either take out your headphones or move to a better location.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, I was about to say, I can actually hear him very clearly.
I hear you much better now.
All right, so it's time for you to shut the fuck up for a little bit and let some people drop some knowledge on you because you are an ignorant motherfucker and you're obviously racist and you're acting like only black people struggle in the world today, especially in America. Fuck you with that notion, dude. Everyone's struggling. Quit acting like you're the victim and you're gonna fucking like everyone's my enemy. I'm the victim. Fuck that notion, dude. Dude, that's your motherfucking problem in your soul, dude. You need to drop that shit because you know what? I get along with every race. If you're cool, I'm cool with you, dude. And obviously, you got some goddamn conditions in your fucking mind before you cool someone else. Fuck you, man. I don't like you.
Okay, what knowledge were you dropping?
And that's why Sam sent him to the office, to the goo, to the.
Dropping the fucking.
Just like
no. So to be honest, since you spoke so long, Sam, there was a viewpoint that we were speaking about that I was trying to recap within my brain as well. Although I forgot it as well because you had said something that was not necessarily correct. Although this is why I'm learning how to start writing things down because so many people want to start speaking so long to where it's not actually correct because factually, well, I'll say I think it was something related to the government. And I'll say the government is a huge mental manipulation as you just manipulated people
because you wanted to continue speaking versus letting people actually speak to a certain talking point that you actually presented just now. Well, not just now, about 5 to 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, so you said that voting is manipulation. I understand that government is manipulation. And again, I do honestly believe that you intend to mean that politics, so the art of politics, which is the type of communication.
Politics are politics. That's fucking bullshit talk. It is what it is. It isn't what it is. Shut the fuck up with that stupid shit. Nonsense fucking knowledge. What are you doing, dude?
So listen, so actually, this hold on. So I'll explain something. So this is what it is. The reason you have a large number of people actually drinking or doing drugs, etc., is literally. I'll tell you, I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking a Steel Reserve and a Four Loko mixed together, etc. I just woke up, although I have to go to work in an hour. I do construction, landscaping, hardscaping. I advocate for autism, and one thing I learned is that I took 2 years of sobriety. And taking the sobriety, it was extremely stressful because being highly emotional, and which is a high level of sensitivity, when it comes to speaking about autism, a lot of society is very fucking ignorant. Although Elon Musk is autistic and he's high functioning, a lot of us are very high functioning. And even on this app, I believe a lot of us are high functioning and underdiagnosed. I would actually suggest everyone to go actually get checkup, because I learned financially, because that's what politics actually boils down to: financial status in life. How much do you have versus how much someone else has had. And hold on, I'm almost finished, sir. I'm almost finished. When you get diagnosed, the beauty of it is that they will help with business funding or anything that you need financially within life, because they've learned that those of us on the spectrum have a hard problem with employment and the corporate structure that has been designed to rule our land.
Okay, well, let me ask you a question then. However, you had a hard stint at employment. What did you do? What happened?
So, what did you say?
How did you have a hard problem with employment?
So the hard problem with employment is I realized the older that I'm getting, and even when I was younger, I don't do well with authority. Because I don't do well when you tell me what the fuck to do and you won't do the same goddamn thing if I'm already busting my ass.
Right. Okay, I get that. I can feel that, because when I get hired at a shop painting cars, doing body work and painting on cars, I know that I'm the hardest worker one there, and the other ones are watching me and getting jealous. You know what I mean?
So typically, in speaking to you, I'm not an expert, although I have a lot of discernment. You're neurodiverse. You may be autistic as well. You may not even know it. So I would suggest.
Yeah, maybe I don't know. I mean, whatever. Maybe I'm on the spectrum or whatever. But
I highly would suggest you looking into OVR today. Every state they have it, because it's starting to be more of a social topic.
I can tell you this: I got the gift of gab, where I could get a job anywhere I go, dude. And
please look up OVR right now on your phone, right now.
What does it stand for?
So it's occupational vocational rehabilitation.
But dude, I'm a bad.
Ask me a question and I answered it.
Yeah, I don't need that.
No, hold on. You just asked me what does it stand for, so I explained it to you.
I got you. So, but
the reason I'm telling you need that in, you do need that, because it helps you find.
No, I don't, because I guarantee you, I can fucking get a job tomorrow. But
it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about having a social environment, because what happens is we get stressed out. Then we come to these apps and we just lash out at times.
So he doesn't want any help. I mean, why don't you two bring each other and then
Please, Sam, please stop, please. Because what happened?
why don't you friend each
Hold
other?
on.
Because it seems
Please, hold on, please, because you're
Hey,
it seems that both of you might actually be drunk, and
They're both drunk. And King doesn't seem to understand that his neurodivergence, he's trying to dominate the room the entire time he's been in the room. It's like, let other people speak. We don't want to hear all of you all the time.
yeah, you know what? I kind of used to believe that everybody should have a right to vote, but now I think that a test might be required. Like,
Yeah.
you have.
I mean, you heard Roger saying, like, but do you want stupid people to vote?
Yeah, I kind of really don't, because like the stupid people can take over they can be the majority. Yeah, I think a test is required.
I don't think a test needs to be required, but we should at least educate people or give them the chance to be informed.
I think isn't that the point of like public school, right? At least when I was in public school, I remember through social studies and through civics, I had probably 12 years of like some sort of civics education on my rights to vote, on the Declaration of Independence, on the Constitution, on these foundational rights and how America as a structure works, and we also had current events, and we would cut out news clippings and just be informed people. But apparently, the majority of people did not get this type of education.
Okay, so you must have been going to school in the 70s and 80s.
No, I went to school in the 80s and 90s.
Okay. Yeah, I think they stopped the current events. And in the 70s, 80s, and I guess into the 90s to some degree, you were taught basic stuff in junior high, and then it was repeated in high school. And I think by the time that a lot of kids in the 90s were going to high school, that became like, oh, well, if you already had it, you can skip over that, so they didn't get the second dose of it, so to speak. And I think it didn't sink in. I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, it's a major issue. It seems. Yeah, I never used to think about this, but as I listen to more and more people talk about this dumbass shit, I'm like, do these people really deserve the right to vote? They don't understand how the government works or supposed to work. They don't understand the laws and policies. They don't even believe in the Constitution, right? If you do not believe in the system, then how can you really work to support it? Like that's the point of having informed voters, is to make sure that the system perpetuates itself.
While I agree with what you're saying, I can't cross the bridge if they don't have the right to vote. Right? Like I totally believe that we shouldn't have low info voters, but I don't think that some sort of test or denying them the right to vote is the answer either. Right? Like even the people who like claim they know the Constitution, like I've been asking, and I've asked lawyers this question. Okay, so everybody screams due process rights. They're being denied. Okay, can you actually name due process rights? And I rarely find anybody who can actually name them. In fact, it came up in this room earlier tonight, and Roger was bringing it up. Sorry, I should say Mojo. I don't want to dox it. Was talking about substantive, not procedural, and he was talking about how they come from, nature, because he doesn't want to say God. And what's her name, D something or other, was just arguing against it.
Master.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, at least Roger has a concept of what the rights are. She couldn't even name them. She was like, okay, well, you name a right, and then you describe how you think the right is, and then I'll respond to that. It's like, how could people go through it and not even be able to understand what rights are. And like, I'm shocked at how many people that when I say, okay, what are due process rights? They think Miranda rights. Like, I'll go, okay, so do you have the right to remain silent? Is that a due process right guaranteed by the Constitution? Like, where in the Constitution is due process rights? And they go, the 5th, the 4th, the 14th. I go, really? It defines them there? Right? Like, it's even the people who claim to know the Constitution don't really understand.
Oh, the question of where rights come from is one that I think philosophers, moral philosophers, and legal philosophers are like this is a question that still exists, and even today, like nobody knows exactly where rights come from, if they come from the will of the people, or if there's like the natural foundation of rights. But we know that the only way to implement them is in some sort of governmental structure, some sort of document or legal reality that makes them, that grounds them in society. And people like B. Master, who's a what she call herself, and did not
an anarchist,
volunteerist. She says she's a volunteerist, which means that everybody has to volunteer to become a part of society. And if they don't volunteer, if they don't sign the contract, it's like every single individual has to, like, at one point in time in their life, sign the Constitution. If they don't sign the Constitution, then they either are kicked out and ostracized from society because the laws don't apply to them, or they sign it and then they like are individually held to uphold those rights.
A closeted Scientologist.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But she doesn't have like she doesn't have a philosophy of justice. She doesn't believe in courts of law or adjudication. She doesn't believe in like government enforcement of these things, and she doesn't really understand that eventually people will go back to like building a more dominant governmental structure, because that is an unsustainable reality. You can do it for like one generation, but then it all falls apart.
Yeah, that's the first time I'd ever been in a room with her, and I didn't say anything for a long time. And then Roger, I guess, was kind of tapping out, so I kind of tag teamed her. And at one point, I got her to, like, she paused, which was shocking because she just runs off the mouth constantly. And she goes, "Well, I don't have an answer for that, right?" She just couldn't respond, and I went, "Okay." But that was the only time I saw all night that she just didn't automatically come back with some sort of response. But I will give her the props that she, and Roger disputed this, and Roger kind of went against me on this one, but she has it down, and she does have an answer for pretty much every time you come at her with something. She does have a response. It may be illogical, but she does have a response. And so she's kind of better than a lot of people who, like, when you corner them, they lock up, and you can see the cognitive dissonance in her. I was only able to get her there once, and I could have kept going, but she does kind of she's got it down.
But she's used to arguing with people about it, so she sharpened her responses.
Yeah. Okay. Did you see her? And I was going to go and look at it, but I looked at the first page. And she goes, "Oh, I have this bio on or I have this manifesto on my bio. If you go and look, you can shoot any holes through it. I dare you, right?" And I went to go look at it. It's not even her manifesto. It's two other names on there. But when she said that, I go, "Oh, she's looking for people to give her arguments."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is it's an interesting tactic. She's the first person that I've ever met that has this this type of thing. But like I don't even really understand what to say about people like this. And she said she's interested. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like Roger had his like he tried to corner her and then come at her with, "Oh, so what you're saying is," and I think that the only way to deal with somebody like that is to I don't know. It's like weird. I'm not even sure how I got her to what I said to her. But I was trying to push because Roger kept bringing up the nuclear. Okay, so what do you do with the nukes? And I was trying to say, like, okay, so like you're saying defensive. Like, what if I just want to keep the nuke? I don't want to use it. And okay, so who votes on it? And I just kept trying to keep going. Like, let her follow her logic because Roger will go a little ways, and then he just tries to interpret it and turn it to, okay, so this is what you mean, right? And I just was trying to be like, okay, at every turn, let her say what she wants to say and then figure from there and just let it keep going. And it took me about 3 or 4 turns to get her to the point where she just goes, well, I don't know how to answer that. Right? And I probably would have gone a little farther with that, but it's, you have to kind of just like take, because it's almost like dealing with someone who's narcissistic, really. You have to kind of wait, pause, and let them like guide the circumstances instead of trying to like come at them. Just box them in a corner, right? But
aren't all individualists kind of narcissistic anyway?
Sure, but I think with her, I don't think she's ever going to admit it. Like, I don't know. I don't think you were in the room, but towards the very end, every time she says Israel or Jew, it's dripping with condensation, condemnation. Like, she just absolutely. And so she used the word occupying force or something like that, and then started arguing over the legal definition of it. I said, yeah, but your whole argument is that anarchy is about peace, love, and basically hippieism with a, right? Like, you're arguing this whole thing about how I'll just love each other and let everybody do whatever they want to do. Okay, cool, man. I am a hippie, basically, right? But it's like, then you go and you want to argue the definition of something that you know is just going to be inflammatory. Like, why be inflammatory? And she kind of went, well, and I'm like, you spent like 3 hours arguing over it. Just let everybody be. Everything's cool. But she just wants to argue, right? So I don't think it's an argument. That's what I meant by the narcissist. Like, you're never going to win it. All you can do is like let them spin out of control like a child. You just let them like run around in circles till they pass out.
Oh, that's kind of what tends to happen. They like work themselves to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's exactly what she did. Although the anonymous person down at the bottom did pop up like right after she left the room, so I'm like,
it might be her. It might be, do you know Amir?
no, I heard that everybody talking about him today. He's the one who set everything off. Roger went at pretty hard, but no, I don't. I mean, I come on Clubhouse every now and then. Like, I was shocked that Brent's no longer around, and JB was talking about. I was like, what happened to Brent? Like, because like I came into a room with Brent even before he came into Healthy Debates. He was in another room. And I would hear this guy talk, and he really seemed to know what he was talking about. And then I asked him a question, and it was this fairly intelligent question about something from the legal, that he should have just been able to respond in a legal sense. And he just sat down, and then every time I would try and talk after that, he would just interrupt me, right? Because he realized, oh, wait, this dude knows something about the law. And then a friend of mine who, she did a whole docs on it, like looked into all of his different stuff, went and looked at all the different judges and where they were from. And she sent me this thing saying like, okay, this is everything I know about this dude. He's so full of shit, right?
So who is this person?
I'm not going to say who it is. Like, I'm not going to out people, right? But
no, not your friend, the one that she looked in.
Oh, Brent.
I thought you mentioned him.
Brent. Do you know Brent?
Brent, the guy supposed to be a judge or lawyer.
Yeah. So apparently, because last time I was in Healthy Debates, I don't know, 6 months ago or 5 months ago or 4 months ago, whenever it was, he was the king of the roost. I mean, he was holding court, you know? Like, if anybody said anything, he'd go off for 10 minutes about what they said, and then he'd give somebody a minute, and then he'd go off for 10 minutes. And then he'd go off on his personal life. It was like, dude, okay, are we here to, like, have cool conversations? And because what I used to love about Clubhouse is you could come in here, and if something happened, like, everyone would be talking about what happened. Like, the other night I came in and I asked Abby, I said, did you read the Dignity Act? And she goes, no, I want to. And I told her everything that I had found within the Dignity Act. And it used to be like when the Dignity Act came out, you'd have 10 people who had read it or read part of it, and you'd get the cheat codes. Like everyone would share what you didn't know, what you didn't understand. Like when I read it, it's not giving DACA permanent residency. But what it's actually doing is it's recategorizing them and it's putting them in the queue, right? It's not, they're no longer getting a protective status. They're right back in the queue with any other illegal immigrant. So it's kind of screwing them, to be honest with you. And I don't know if you've read it or not, but it's also putting it's putting an emphasis on building up the ports of entry. It's coming hard on anyone who is a drug dealer or human trafficking. It's increasing the things on that. It's actually very, very bipartisan, but it's not very friendly to DACA. And it's not very clear. It's very, very vague on the so-called amnesty within it, or the process by which they're going to give people a pathway. And it's not specific. Like I mean, you're probably a little too young to remember Clinton, but when we voted for Clinton in '92, the arguments were, okay, we were going to give amnesty, not a blanket amnesty, but we were going to target it to the so-called dreamers, although they weren't called that at the time, the farm workers.
I was 7 years old when Plan was voted into office, I remember.
This is how Clinton got fucking elected. This was a huge fucking deal. We're going to the dreamers, the farm workers, and the grandmas. If you've been here for 20 years and your kids, much less your grandkids, are citizens, let's bump you to the front of the line. And there was things like you have to learn English. That's why all these people go off of like, Bill Clinton wanted them to learn English as part of it. Like, right? And what we got in '96 was that the whole complex ass fucking system was because of Clinton. And he deported 11 million people without due process and expedited removals. Right? It's like.
And usually all of these people who have an issue with people learning English are either immigrants themselves, like are the kind of illegals themselves, people who don't necessarily believe in America as a state, or they are like young and stupid.
Yeah, they're like that. Yeah. Like, you're infringing on the rights. It's like the people who scream voter ID. It's like, okay, I will pay $10 for their ID.
Yeah, and I'm a liberal. Like I'm a card-carrying Democrat. I vote for. I mean, I'm a centrist, but generally, like, I believe that I don't believe that in any party loyalties, but I do believe that generally, from my own history, that the Democratic Party generally has my favor, right? Generally, but I also believe in many things that the Republicans vote for. I believe in fiscal conservatism. I believe in a budget, in a well-managed governmental budget. It shouldn't be throwing money everywhere.
You are.
I believe in strong borders.
Yeah, you are.
I believe in national security. So go ahead.
You're in the majority. In fact, I throw this stat out all the time. Since 2008, the Democratic Party went from 36% of the registered voters to 27%. In that same time period, the Republicans went from 29 down to 27, while the Independents rose to 43%. And most of the people in my entire life, and I'm about to turn 60, next year, are a little left or a little right of center. And the extremist is getting so vocal and vile on both sides of the equation. It's just driving more people to the center, right? Like we are the majority now. We're about to be more than both of them combined, right? And Trump's just gonna accelerate that to the maximum. And I actually believe that that's what's good for the country. The problem is we don't have a third party, and every attempt that there has been from the top down instead of the bottom up. The Electoral College fucks us, and it's going to be next to impossible to create that term limits and a whole bunch of uphill battles. But we all think the way you think to some degree or another. You and me might disagree on certain things like the First Amendment or the Second Amendment or whatever, right? But generally speaking, there's more things that you and I agree on than we disagree on. And that is the majority of the
treat, and it has always been that way. I mean, I can't remember a time when it wasn't that way, and I have never. I take that back. At one time, did I vote for a Republican at the top of the ticket? And it was Romney, and it was basically because I was mad at Obama because of his immigration, and because he basically said, okay, we're going to do health care, but we're not going to do the mandate. He promised that during the primaries because Clinton, she was all about the mandate. And he was like, nah, we don't have to do the mandate. And as a small business owner, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we got to do the mandate. Like, the math doesn't work without it. It's like, wait, motherfucker. That's not what you said in the primary, right? And then he gets the nomination. All of a sudden, the story kind of changes, but it wasn't until he got elected and he's in office that finally he's like, oh, no, this doesn't work without the mandate. It's like, no, but you said we didn't need the mandate. You were going to find a way to do it, and then he never did. And then he turned around and doubled, backtracked on immigration. And there were some other things, but I was like, you know what, fuck this. And I registered as an independent. And then I voted for Romney just as I'm in California, so my vote doesn't fucking matter, right? Just like I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted for Willie Nelson and then Kanye West. And then it turns out the person that I voted for this last time is like a card-carrying member of like the socialist fucking party. Like her name's like Claudia de Cruz, and I've been hearing some shit about her going like, oh, I gotta stop admitting I voted for her. But I just randomly picked somebody on that ballot. I was like, no, I'm not voting for the Green Party lady. I'm voting for this one. I don't even know who the fuck she is. Right? Turns out she's part of the group that's been paying all these protesters to go out and cause all kinds of havoc in the streets. And I went, I should probably stop admitting I voted for her. But my vote doesn't matter because I'm in California, right? But at the same time, I lean to the left. I believe pretty much all the same things you believe, right? But, it's like we're being lied to, and all these people are frothing at the mouth. And people like that D are just like, geez, man. Like, how do you get that far out there?
Yeah, I'm also curious where these people actually come from. That there's, I don't know what percentage of the makeup of America, but they're being influenced by somebody, and I really do feel like it's communists, honestly.
I don't think so. And Roger tried to correct me on this because I tried to say, like, look, Gildas, do you know who Gildas is? Gildas?
Yeah, hold on.
Okay, so Gildas, who's like the most staunch capitalist there fucking is, said something. He read the definition of anarchy, kind of basically was flirting with her or whatever, but and then the way he described it, I came off the mic real quick because I always like put in these little comments, and I don't talk for long periods of time unless there's only a couple people in the room. And I said, well, that's kind of more like anarchy light, right? And Roger comes and goes, wait, what? So I said, look, the anarchists that I knew back in the day, they wanted chaos. They wanted true anarchy. They don't want what these people call anarchists these days, because that's just, it's like socialism on some weird level with its own little weird twist to it. Like it's like this hybrid between capitalism and socialism with like no responsibility and the utopian idea of how everything's going to magically work, right? Whereas anarchists back in the day, they wanted true anarchy. They wanted chaos. They don't want any form of government. They wanted you to run through the streets like it was the goddamn Wild Wild West, right? And Mocho was like, wait. But it's like, I don't know how somebody gets that way, but I don't think it's communism, and I don't think it's socialism. I think it's misplaced kumbaya-ism, for lack of better words.
So there's this book that I was reading, and I haven't finished it, but it was about Bedouin law, and how Bedouin law sort of like developed in the deserts, right? And this is kind of what they want. They want the ability for the Wild West experience, but when shit goes down, they want the ability also to spackle together a makeshift court system to judge people whenever they want to.
Yeah, that's it. Wait, we need that. Wait, we don't want any government. Wait, we need government. Okay, now go away. We don't want government anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they also believe in the magical world that like might means right won't be a thing, because their primary issue with the American government now and other governments, but mostly the American government, because I don't think any people have actually been anywhere else, is that they believe that America uses might means right and like goes in and like, you know, topples governments and dictatorships and blah blah blah, and they think that it's just like America being a mean entity.
Wait, Kima, do you use a mountain bike or a road bike?
I got a road bike made by Giant, carbon fiber.
Ah, okay.
Not too bad. I think Kima, he knows. The fact that he mentioned instead of Trek or Cannondale, the fact that he brought on